Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. Authentic documented experiences, thoughtfully adapted with literary craft so the core remains intact, and the suspense settles in softly. Like and subscribe to support the channel, and tap the bell for new releases. There are no more than 3 ads in the first 15 minutes. After that it plays straight through. Curated true encounters, elevated into quiet, literary horror for sophisticated listeners. Sleep well and dream dark. It was our last night in Aruba. The beach bars buzzed louder than usual, the salty air thick with sweat, perfume, and sunscreen. We were all jittery with that end of senior year energy, floating somewhere between freedom and fear of what came next. I remember tilting my face up into the wind on the patio of the club, the lights spinning over the ocean behind me. That's where I last saw her, Natalie, laughing. Barefoot, hair stuck to her neck in strands. She had a plastic cup in one hand and was leaning too far into a conversation with some guys I didn't recognize. Locals maybe, or maybe not. They weren't part of our school group, that much was clear. I remember thinking how easy it was to disappear into the mix here, how names and faces blurred as soon as the sun went down. When we left, she wasn't with us. I asked around the next morning, but everyone gave the same half shrug, eyes squinting against the daylight, too hungover to worry. The story started forming fast. She left with one of the guys, maybe 2. No one could pin down how many or who they were exactly. But someone remembered her climbing into a dark car near the edge of the parking lot. She looked happy, or at least buzzed, waving lazily through the open window. That was the last confirmed sighting. Panic didn't set in until later, when she missed the airport shuttle and her phone went straight to voicemail. Our teacher started to realize this wasn't just a late sleeper situation. The police were contacted, then her parents, then the media. It got real fast. We were told to stay in the hotel. Tourists snapped pictures of the search crews combing the shoreline. Boats crisscrossed the bay. Divers went down in pairs. Helicopters hummed low overhead. But nothing turned up. No purse, no phone, not a single thread of her bright yellow cover-up. It was like she'd evaporated in the heat. The name of one guy started to surface. Joran. People whispered it in the hotel lobby, on the beach, over room service trays. He wasn't a stranger to the island. Wealthy father, connected, too calm when the questions came. He admitted they'd been together that night, said he dropped her off at the hotel, but there was no footage, no concierge memory, no sign she ever came back. Rumors twisted into knots. Some said she ran away. Others blamed the ocean, but nothing fit right. Too much vanished too quickly. Months passed, then years, and then, nearly 2 decades later, the confession came. He said he hit her. She refused his advances. That part stood out in my brain like a flare. She said no, and instead of stepping back, he struck her hard, with a cinder block, he claimed, on the beach. He said he panicked, that he carried her to the water and pushed her out to sea. He said the tide would take care of the rest. But even with that confession, nothing came back. No bones, no cloth, just his words. Cold, flat, final. I remember sitting on the floor of my apartment when I read the transcript. I'd kept a picture of us taped inside a notebook all those years. Me, Natalie, and 2 other girls, all in oversized sunglasses and wide smiles, toes buried in the sand. I stared at that photo and wondered how it could have ended so fast. Over something as small as a rejection, as simple as a no. The beach in Aruba still looks beautiful in photos. But every time I see it, I picture that night. The club lights, her laugh, the way she turned toward the wind just before stepping into the dark, and the water pulling everything away beneath a sky that told us nothing. I had been on the phone with Rob for maybe 20 minutes, give or take. It was late, close to 11:45, and the kind of quiet that only really settles over a small town at night. We lived in Clinton, Missouri. Not a lot happened here. Not the kind of place you expect anything truly awful to take place. I was parked just off the town square, near that old brick building with the flickering streetlight, using the payphone outside the grocery store. Rob had been at his parents' house babysitting his younger brother, so we were talking about plans for the weekend and just chatting to pass the time. I remember leaning against the phone booth, one hand cradling my stomach. I was 4 months pregnant. You don't forget those kinds of details. The air was still humid and smelled faintly of exhaust and the detergent from the laundromat down the block. Somewhere in the background, I noticed a truck circle the square. It was old, maybe a late 60s or early 70s model Ford, and loud enough to catch my attention. I told Rob about it, just casually at first. Then I noticed it had come around a second time. The third time, it slowed. That's when I started to feel uneasy. I told Rob there was a truck circling, and that someone had gotten out. I thought he might have been looking for someone. Maybe drunk, maybe just confused. He was a tall guy wearing overalls and a cap with a flashlight in his hand. It made me nervous the way he moved. Slow, deliberate. He opened the hood of the truck like he was pretending to check something, but it didn't feel right. He wasn't fiddling with anything, just standing there. I told Rob I thought something was off. The man glanced in my direction. He wasn't in a hurry. He looked at me the way someone might look at an object, not a person. Then I said I was going to head to my car. I didn't get the chance. Rob told me he heard me scream. From his end of the line, the phone just went dead. He jumped in his car immediately, flying down the road toward the square. Later, he told me he passed a pickup truck coming the other way, with a woman struggling inside. Her arm was up, pounding on the glass. He swore it was me. He tried to turn around, to catch up, but something went wrong with his transmission. The car ground to a halt less than a mile from where I'd last been. He watched the truck disappear down the road. Nobody ever found me. They searched the woods, the fields, every dirt road and ditch in Henry County. Flyers went up. Rob went on television. My parents gave interviews. My face was everywhere. But the truck, whatever color it really was under the yellow parking lot lights, vanished like smoke. The man was never identified. No fingerprints, no solid leads. Just a trail of half-glimpsed sightings and a handful of theories. I remember the sound of the phone receiver hitting the side of the booth. The echo of it stays with me, sharper than the scream itself. And then nothing. The first time I saw the stretch of desert west of Albuquerque, it didn't look like much. Just flat dirt, scattered scrub. The kind of place people drive past without even noticing. I was working construction out near the edge of the developing suburbs. Half-finished homes baking under the sun. Power lines waiting to be strung up. The place felt in between, like it hadn't decided if it was city or wilderness yet. That morning, the sky was white with heat, and the ground was hard-packed and dry, just the way it had been for years. But something smelled off. We'd been grading a lot near 118th Street, clearing for a new housing development. The bulldozer caught on something solid and strange. At first we thought it was just buried trash. Happens all the time when you dig in old desert land. People dump things where no one will see. The machine kicked up dust and revealed bone, not like a dog or cow. Too small, too clean. Work stopped immediately. Our supervisor called it in. Cops showed up in a couple of hours. I expected them to bag it up and move on, but they didn't. The site was taped off, and soon we weren't allowed anywhere near it. By the next day, there were more people in suits and masks walking the grid with flags and clipboards. We kept hearing words like remains, multiple, shallow grave. I didn't want to believe it at first, but the look on the officer's face when he escorted us off the site said everything. News crews camped outside the area by the end of the week. It became clear quickly that this wasn't a single body. One of the forensic guys, his gloves stained with that ever-present desert dust, muttered that they were finding more bones in a wider spread than they expected. They'd found a femur nearly 20 yards from the original dig. Everything had been hidden just beneath the surface, covered lightly by sand and thyme. Not deep, like someone had expected the desert to keep the secret for them. when they announced publicly that they'd found 11 sets of remains, all women, all missing for years. It felt like the desert itself had turned malevolent. Some of the victims had last been seen as far back as 2003. Their names came out slowly: Misty, Monica, Jamie, Cinnamon. Most had been reported missing by families who said no one listened. Many of them struggled with addiction or were involved in street work. I heard that some had arrest records or had lived in shelters, the kind of women people didn't look for long when they vanished, each time they identified another set of bones. The site got more quiet. Even the reporters kept their distance after a while. It stopped being about footage and became something else, something wrong that had been there under our feet for years. I kept thinking about how many times I'd driven past that exact spot, unaware that there were bones just beneath my tires. The forensic teams were meticulous. They told us unofficially that the women hadn't died there. No signs of struggle on site. No drag marks, no bullet casings. The killer had brought them there after the fact, buried them like cargo, probably at night, over years. That meant planning. That meant someone local, someone with time, and knowledge of when the area would be quiet. The police had a person of interest. Eventually, a man whose girlfriend had disappeared years earlier. He had a record, and his name had come up more than once in connection with the missing women. But before anything could stick, he died. Heart attack, they said. Natural causes. Just like that, the only real lead vanished. Rumors swirled after that. Some people claimed there had to be more than one person involved. How else could someone move so many bodies unnoticed? Others thought it was someone with a badge, or at least someone protected by silence. I didn't believe half of what I heard, but I couldn't stop thinking about that patch of land. I started driving by it at night, just to look. The construction project was abandoned. No one wanted to build homes on top of a mass grave. Streetlights still worked, casting long yellow shadows over the dirt, but the area felt darker somehow, like the light didn't matter. One night, I parked at the edge of the fence, just sat there, engine off, listening. There's a kind of silence in the desert that isn't really quiet. It buzzes, wind through the brush, the hum of distant highways, the occasional coyote call. But that night, it was just still, the kind of stillness that makes you feel like you're being watched. I told myself it was just nerves, but I didn't get out of the truck. The thing that sticks with me isn't the discovery or even the horror of how many women were left there like trash. It's that no one knows who really did it. The desert swallowed their stories for years, and even now we only have guesses. I still wonder if we were standing near something worse, more graves waiting just outside the search grid, or if whoever did it drove past that scene every day, watching the tents go up and down, confident they'd gotten away with it. I moved away not long after. Couldn't handle the way the sky looked when the sun set over that stretch of land. Too red, too quiet. I hear they've left it undeveloped. No homes. Just a flat patch of scrubland and hard dirt, baking under the same sun that once bleached bone. I was 6 months into the graveyard shift at the Delano processing facility when I first started noticing the smell. Not the sharp chemical reek you'd expect from an industrial site. This was different. Warmer, subtler. Almost metallic, like a wet penny left on a radiator. It clung to my clothes when I got home, lingered in my nose even after a shower. Nobody else mentioned it, but once I started smelling it, I couldn't stop. That was the first thing. The second was the rattling. Somewhere deep in Unit 3, an old sector they kept running, despite every monthly report saying it was beyond repair. There was a low mechanical chatter, not steady, not rhythmic. It sounded like metal teeth grinding together under strain, and every time I brought it up, the shift manager Reeves waved it off. Pressure modulator's always been noisy. You'll get used to it. I didn't. I was hired as a maintenance tech. Not glamorous, but I took the job seriously. I went through manuals, filed repair requests, followed lockout tagout to the letter. Some of the guys on the shift thought I was trying too hard. Maybe I was, but I'd seen the kind of accidents that happen when you let things slide. That's what led me to report Kevin. He was a forklift operator, mostly hauled sealed drums from the liquid retention bays. Big guy, friendly, in that hard-to-read way where everything felt like a joke. One night I caught him asleep behind the wheel, parked near valve access 12, head back, mouth open, dead to the world. The tank behind him had one of the worst condensation leaks in the building. I didn't think twice. I logged the safety violation, sent it up the chain, and went back to my rounds. By the next week, Kevin barely spoke to me. Other guys started treating me colder too. Someone tagged snitch on my locker in grease pencil. I wiped it off, didn't say anything, figured it would blow over. I kept doing my job, documenting minor failures, requesting parts that never came, flagging systems that nobody ever shut down. Then came November 18th. I remember the time because I just checked my watch after logging a dropped line voltage in Sector D2, 14 a.m. I was in the lower piping corridor when I heard it, a low metallic slam, followed by a thud that rattled the grating under my feet. The lights flickered once, then held. I keyed my radio to report it, but the line crackled and died. No signal. Not unusual in the sublevels, but not comforting either. I made my way back to Central Operations. On the way up, I passed a trail of wet footprints on the concrete. Bare footprints. The plant required steel toes at all times. Who the hell was barefoot? At the control room, Reeves was already on the phone. His face was pale. The receiver clutched tight. He saw me, dropped the handset into the cradle, and barked. "Stay out of Unit 3, we're on lockdown." I asked what happened. He didn't answer. I saw the maintenance request logs later that night. David Box had been assigned to inspect a pressure relief junction in Unit 3, the same rattling one I'd flagged 6 times. His body was found wedged behind the containment shield, half-melted suit still smoldering from a flash event no one could explain. The official report said catastrophic system failure. The union rep called it a tragic accident, but I knew better. David was meticulous. He was the only other tech who followed safety lockout as rigidly as I did. For him to be caught in a live line like that meant one thing: someone bypassed protocol, or someone turned the system back on. 3 weeks later, federal investigators showed up. Unmarked vans, clipboard teams, men in clean suits walking the perimeter. Word started leaking about missing logs, forged inspection records, a ghost line running from the containment zone straight into the water table. Someone at the EPA finally put the pieces together. The plant had been venting untreated coolant runoff into the subsurface aquifer for years. Quietly, systematically. The drums Kevin hauled, unregistered. The pressure lines in Unit 3, lead shielded to mask isotopes. David's death, buried in red tape until the investigators unearthed the inspection log I'd filed 3 days before, where I warned about the exact junction that ruptured. I kept my head down during the investigation, provided what I was asked. No more, no less. I didn't want to end up like David, or worse, discredited, written off as disgruntled. When the plant shut down, we didn't even get a warning. One night, the gates were locked, security badges deactivated. We were told to collect final paychecks from an off-site P.O. box. I never saw Kevin again, but I still think about the bare footprints. There was no reason for them to be there. No explanation in any report. David's boots were found intact. No missing workers. No indication that someone had been moving through the corridor that night without gear. I think about the smell too, the one that clung to my clothes all those months. It was strongest near Unit 3, and after the shutdown it vanished, like it had never been there at all. I used to watch my daughter Kathy from the hallway, just outside her bedroom door. She always left it slightly ajar, enough for a thin slice of lamplight to slip into the dark hall. I'd stand there sometimes, listening to her pen scratching over paper, or the soft creak of her rocking chair as she sat hunched with her sketchbook. She was a quiet girl, more observant than most, never wild, never out late. She seemed like the kind of kid you'd never have to worry about, until you started noticing what exactly she was drawing. Her walls were taped over with sheets of printer paper, drawings of eyes peeking through trees, shadowy figures on suburban streets, and once, a face that looked eerily like her own, but with hollow sockets and a blank mouth. She wrote poems too. Dozens of them, all of them tucked into a purple folder she didn't hide, exactly, but didn't offer to share either. I found them once when I was cleaning, and I skimmed a few. They were all about endings, always a girl walking into night, always a quiet disappearance, and almost every one of them mentioned a number. 16. She had this belief obsession, really, that she wouldn't live past her 16th birthday. She told me once, in a tone so casual it made my stomach flip, that she just knew it, that her time stopped at 16. Like the number was stamped into her bones. We thought it was just a phase. Teenage dramatics. Her school counselor said not to worry unless she showed signs of harming herself. And she didn't. Not outwardly. She still smiled sometimes. Still watched movies with her little sister. Still asked if I could braid her hair the night before school photos. Her 16th birthday came on a Wednesday. I remember because I made lasagna her favorite and she barely touched it. She just kept glancing at the clock like it was counting down to something. But the night passed quietly. She went to bed around 10. I sat on the couch until midnight, heart clenched like a fist, just in case something did happen. But morning came. Kathy woke up, groggy but fine. And for the first time in months, I saw a hint of relief on her face. It only lasted 4 days. That Saturday night, she asked if she could walk to the corner store for some gum. It was barely a few blocks, still light out, and she needed the fresh air. I let her go. I stood on the porch for a moment after she left, watching her walk down the sidewalk in her yellow hoodie, the drawstrings bouncing against her chest. That was the last time I saw her alive. When she didn't come back within 20 minutes, I called her phone. It rang until it didn't. My husband and I drove around the block, then the surrounding streets, then the next neighborhood over. Nothing. We filed a report within the hour. The search went on for days. Flyers, interviews, volunteers combing through woods and ditches. Her face was on every telephone pole, every gas station window. The detective assigned to the case kept telling us that runaways were common, that sometimes kids just needed a break. But Kathy wasn't like that. She didn't run away. She waited. Her body was found by a dog walker just outside town limits, off a dirt access road near a dried-up creek bed. The coroner said she died the night she vanished. No clear signs of a struggle, but it was obvious she hadn't gone there willingly. For a long time, there were no answers. No suspects, just a jagged wound where my daughter had been. The house was too quiet, her room frozen in that eerie half-lived way. The purple folder still on her desk like she might come back to add one more poem. Years passed. We moved eventually, but I kept that folder. I still open it sometimes, even now. It wasn't until almost a decade later that the truth started to crack through. DNA evidence tied her case to a man already in custody for another murder in a neighboring state. Same age range, same pattern. No connection to Kathy, no motive, just opportunity. He had a record of stalking teenagers, often in residential neighborhoods. He'd been in our area at the time. That's all the police could tell us. That and the fact that it was random. But there was nothing random about Kathy's fear. She had known. Somehow, she had known. The poems, the drawings, the soft-spoken certainty of it all. It wasn't a cry for help. It was a chronicle, a quiet resignation to something she couldn't change. Sometimes I think back to the night of her birthday, the way she seemed lighter the next morning, like she'd slipped past something dark and final. But it was just an illusion, a pause in the storm, a trick of timing. She didn't escape it. She just delayed it a few days. Now when I walk through quiet streets or catch the rustle of trees at dusk, I feel her there in the hush, in the unease that prickles my skin. Not a ghost exactly, but a warning. A reminder that dread isn't always irrational. Sometimes it's just early I remember the way the morning light came through the blinds that day, clean and unassuming, like the day didn't know what it was about to become. I'd left early, kissed my kids goodbye as they groggily stirred under their blankets, and got into the car with a quiet buzz of hope. There was a contest at the local radio station. Hold your wee for a wee, they called it. You had to drink water, lots of it, and try not to go to the bathroom. Whoever lasted the longest without relieving themselves would win a Nintendo Wii. It sounded ridiculous, sure, but I wanted that console for my kids. We couldn't afford one. Christmas had already been thin. This felt like something I could do. Just drink water and sit still, that's all. The station's lobby was surprisingly bare. Some posters on the walls, a coffee machine with powdered creamer, a folding table with bottles of water stacked up in plastic pyramids. I signed the waiver they gave me. Pages of small print stapled together, something about risks and liability, but it felt routine. Who reads those things really? We were laughing, making small talk, pretending we weren't already eyeing the bathroom down the hall. One of the hosts, a guy with over-gelled hair and a smile like a toothpaste ad, joked that it was all in our heads. Mind over bladder, he said, chuckling into his coffee cup. They gave us one bottle at a time, 15 minutes apart. We weren't allowed to leave the room or use the restroom. Cameras were set up to stream it on their website. I could feel the eyes of strangers watching us squirm in real time. 2 bottles in, my stomach felt stretched, but nothing unbearable. 4 bottles and the light buzz in my head started. I shifted in my chair, legs crossed, laughed along with the others when someone gave up and dashed out the door, the hosts booing in mock disappointment. 6 bottles. I was dizzy. It wasn't funny anymore. My lips felt numb. I told one of the interns that I didn't feel right. He nodded, said something about how we could tap out any time. No big deal. But I could see the host watching us from the other side of the glass, amused and energized. They were having fun. Ratings, probably. By the 8th bottle, I raised my hand and said I was done. I felt off, like my insides were floating, but not in a good way. I remember standing, and the world tipped sideways. A pressure inside my skull pulsed with each heartbeat. I needed to get home. They helped me to the lobby. No applause, no parting gifts. I sat on the edge of one of those plastic chairs and waited for the nausea to pass. It didn't. I drove home like I was underwater. Slow, deliberate. The lines on the road blurred. I kept thinking of my kids and that stupid console. At home, I made it to the couch before the real sickness hit. My head throbbed with a pressure I couldn't describe. I was freezing, even under 2 blankets. I tried to call someone, I think it was my sister, but the phone dropped from my hand. My fingers wouldn't close around it. The last thing I remember clearly is the sound of cartoons in the background and my children's voices somewhere in the hallway. The next part I only know from others. My eldest found me unresponsive. Paramedics came. My body was retaining water it couldn't process. Hyponatremia, they said. Water intoxication. The electrolyte imbalance shut everything down. The autopsy confirmed it. Too much water, too fast. My brain swelled. I didn't wake up. There was a trial. The radio station claimed we should have known the risks. But audio clips surfaced, one of the hosts joking about someone dying from water intoxication. They laughed it off at the time, played it like dark humor. But a jury didn't laugh. They saw it for what it was. Negligence wrapped in a promotional stunt. My family received a settlement, enough to cover the funeral, some therapy, a bit more. They never got the Wii. Didn't want it after that. It was just supposed to be a fun morning. A little contest. Something lighthearted to make people smile on their commute. But my body couldn't take what they asked of it. No one warned us. No doctor on site. Just bottled water and blind encouragement to push past discomfort for the sake of a prize. I didn't think much of it when Ling started complaining about stomach pain. We were all under pressure midterms. Research projects, internships. We chalked it up to stress. She had always been the brilliant one among us. the kind who could sit through a lecture once and recite it back verbatim. Her dorm desk was covered in physics textbooks and classical music scores. Even sick, she tried to finish her lab work, but something about her that week felt off. It began with mild symptoms, fatigue, nausea, but within days her hair started falling out. I remember brushing strands from her pillow, thinking it was stress or maybe something hormonal. The campus clinic said it might be a virus, maybe the flu. They gave her fluids and told her to rest, but Ling wasn't getting better. She was getting worse. I visited her dorm one evening to find her crouched on the floor, hands trembling so violently she couldn't lift her teacup. Her vision had blurred, her legs no longer worked right. The university hospital admitted her, but her condition kept deteriorating. One day she could speak, the next her sentences unraveled mid-thought. She started forgetting things where she was, who we were. Her eyes would lock on mine, confused and glassy, like she was slipping further from the surface each day. Doctors ran every test they could think of. They ruled out viral infections, autoimmune disorders, rare genetic syndromes. Nothing matched. Her brain scans lit up in all the wrong places. Meanwhile, Ling was losing herself in front of us. She screamed at night, hallucinated, and by the third week, she couldn't recognize her own mother. We were helpless. Her parents were devastated, shuttling between hospitals and government offices, begging for answers. I still remember the way her mother clutched Ling's red scarf at the hospital entrance, twisting it around her fingers like a talisman. That scarf was the last thing Ling had worn when she could still walk on her own. It wasn't the doctors who figured it out. One of our classmates posted about Ling's symptoms online, asking for help, pleading with strangers across the world. A reply came from a doctor overseas: thallium poisoning. The symptoms lined up: hair loss, nerve damage, vision loss, mental deterioration. It was textbook. And thallium wasn't some household contaminant. It was rare, restricted, something someone had to go out of their way to obtain. The hospital rushed to test her. Positive, thallium levels off the charts. I couldn't breathe when they told us. Someone had poisoned her. Someone in our orbit. Thallium doesn't just show up in your breakfast cereal. It doesn't seep through the walls. Someone gave it to her, deliberately, in small enough doses to evade suspicion, but strong enough to destroy her from the inside out. The university tried to keep things quiet, but the police came. They interviewed all of us, roommates, classmates, lab partners. Everyone was suspect. The tension was unbearable. You couldn't trust anyone. I remember seeing the lab assistant outside, vomiting in the grass. People whispered about who had access to the chemicals, who knew how to use them, who had a motive. One girl in our chemistry circle stopped showing up to class. She had studied toxicology, had access to the chemical storage lockers. Rumors spiraled. People said she had once envied Ling's research placement. Others said they were friends until they weren't, but nothing was ever proven. The case stalled. No charges, no arrests. Ling had already been moved to long-term care by then. She would never walk again. Her speech was slurred, her gaze vacant. She couldn't feed herself, couldn't hold a pen. We visited her once after she'd been discharged from the hospital. Her parents had hired a full-time nurse. Her room smelled of antiseptic and wilted flowers. I brought her a music box she used to love. She stared at it for a long time, then blinked and smiled. I don't know if she knew who I was. Years passed. The story faded from the headlines. New scandals, new tragedies. The girl who was once destined for scientific greatness now lived in silence, her body caged by something she never saw coming, and the one who did it walked free. Maybe they're still out there. Maybe they stood beside us in the lab, measuring solutions, laughing at our jokes, blending in while Ling's life slipped away. I still think about her sometimes. About the red scarf. About the moment she first looked at me and couldn't place my name. I see her in dreams, hair thick and dark again, smiling under the university's cherry blossoms, untouched by the slow horror that hollowed her out. But dreams are just echoes, and the truth doesn't change. It started with the hum of the front door closing behind me. Every morning, the same rhythm, keys in my pocket, backpack over one shoulder, and the weight of a lie pressing into the base of my spine. I'd wait at the corner until my parents' car was out of sight, then drift down the sidewalk with no destination, pretending I had somewhere to be. The mall was the easiest place to disappear. Nobody asked questions there. I'd park myself in the food court, earbuds in, laptop open, pretending to work on lectures I'd never attended. Over time, I learned the schedule of the security staff, which seats had charging outlets, and where the coffee shop staff wouldn't mind me nursing a drink for hours. I blended in with the hum of background lives. At home, I kept the act alive. I talked about imaginary professors with names I made up on the fly. I fabricated test scores, midterm stress, the smell of fresh photocopied syllabi. My parents believed me, or wanted to believe me, because what alternative could they live with? They were proud that pride was a living thing pulsing in the hallway where my framed acceptance letter hung. It was a cheap print job done at a 24-hour shop one night, when I realized they'd want something for the fridge. The signature at the bottom was a scribble I copied from a university brochure. I remember shaking as I handed it to them. The lie should have broken sooner. There were cracks, times when my dad asked too many questions about tuition, or my mom wanted to visit campus, but I dodged and redirected, claimed I lost my student ID, blamed scheduling, said there was construction on the science building. I even walked them around campus once, guiding them past buildings I barely knew the names of. But a house of cards doesn't fall all at once. It shudders, it leans, and then it folds in a single breath. It was late when I sent the messages, a long post in a chat group where I'd been talking to people under another name. I laid it all out, how I'd dropped out, how I'd lied, how none of it was real. I didn't expect anyone to believe me, but I needed to say it somewhere, like if I put it into words I could make it real for myself. The silence afterward was deafening. The next morning, I went through the same routine. Out the door, turned the corner, head to the mall. But something was different. My phone was hot with messages from people I didn't know. Screenshots, comments, accusations. Someone had shared my confession publicly. The username had been tied back to me. I stood in the mall bathroom, the flickering fluorescent light buzzing above, reading the flood of replies. My stomach was a knot. I didn't know what would happen when I went home. I didn't even know if I should. When I stepped into the house, I expected shouting, maybe silence. What I got was worse. My father was sitting in the living room, arms crossed. My mother stood behind him, her hands shaking around a mug of cold tea. The television was on, but the volume was muted. A news anchor's mouth moved silently behind them. He asked if it was true. I couldn't look at him when I nodded. There was a long pause. Then he stood. For a second, I thought he was going to leave, but he walked past me, toward the kitchen. The sound of a drawer opening echoed through the hallway. That's when it happened. There was yelling, louder than anything I'd ever heard in that house. Something heavy hit the wall. My mother screamed. I didn't move. I couldn't. My legs wouldn't obey. When I finally made it into the kitchen, the floor was a mess of broken glass and spilled water. The drawer was still open. The knife block had been pulled forward. My father was gone. We found him outside. Later, sitting on the curb. He wouldn't speak, wouldn't look at me. The police were called. A neighbor must have heard the crash. They took statements. I told them it was an accident, that no one had been hurt, that it had just gotten out of hand. That wasn't a lie, not exactly. After that, everything changed. My parents stopped speaking to each other for a while. Meals were quiet. The TV stayed on all the time, volume low. My mother slept with the door locked. I moved into the basement, started applying for jobs, any kind of work that didn't ask about degrees. Some nights I'd lie on the floor and stare at the beams overhead, counting the cobwebs in the corners. Sometimes I still go to the mall, sit in the same spot, order the same drink. It's different now. I don't pretend anymore. I don't carry a laptop, just a book or nothing. I watch people pass and wonder how many of them are lying too. I never talk about what happened. Not really. Not with the people who were there. There are things you can't rewind. You build a new routine around the wreckage. You sweep the glass, but the floor remembers where it cut you. Every so often, someone finds the confession post again. A new round of strangers weigh in, guessing what kind of person I must be. They get some things right, others not so much. The house is quiet now, the kind of quiet that feels thick in the air, like the walls are still holding their breath. I'd gotten home around 1:30 in the morning, shoes dangling from one hand, the other digging for my key fob. The building always gave me a strange sort of comfort. Clean lobby, badge access at every turn, cameras watching every angle. That night, I remember the click of the door unlocking, sounding louder than usual. My feet ached from hours in heels. I'd been out with coworkers, just drinks. Nothing wild. The elevator smelled faintly of bleach, which wasn't unusual. The maintenance crew worked odd hours. Inside my condo, the air felt stale, like it hadn't moved in hours. I locked the door behind me, dropped my shoes and tossed my keys in the bowl near the entrance. Nothing was out of place. My mail still sat unopened on the counter. The living room lamp gave off a soft amber glow. I always left it on. I took a quick shower just long enough to rinse off the night, then curled up in bed, the hum of the AC lulling me toward sleep. Somewhere in that space between waking and dreaming, I thought I heard a sound. Light, deliberate, like a breath held too long. I turned over, telling myself it was nothing. The building was secure. You needed credentials just to reach the floor, let alone get inside a unit. When I didn't show up for work the next morning, my manager texted. I didn't answer. That was unusual, but not cause for alarm. By late afternoon, my parents were calling the building's office. Management knocked, no answer. They used a spare key. The apartment was still locked from the inside. They found me in the bedroom. The details were too sharp, too cold. There were signs of a struggle. Chemical smells hung in the air, biting and sour, like something industrial had been used to wipe down surfaces. Whoever it was had tried to clean up after themselves. They weren't good at it. Forensics said there were fingerprints smudged but intact, and biological evidence left behind. DNA, a trail he hadn't meant to leave. Security footage showed me coming in alone. No one followed, no unauthorized entries logged, no guests, no forced entry. He was already inside. They think he waited. They never explained how he got in, whether he knew someone who lived there, whether he'd come in behind a delivery person, or used a key fob that didn't belong to him. The footage had gaps, moments where someone could have moved just out of frame, elevator rides where the camera panned too slowly. They traced his DNA back eventually. He'd had a record. That's how they knew. That's how they caught him. But the part I can't stop thinking about is the silence. How long had he been in there? Had he watched me from a closet? From behind a door? Did I feel it, some deep animal sense of being observed and just ignore it? People think safety comes with locks, codes, cameras. They think bad things happen out there, in alleys, on dark streets. Not inside, not where the air still smells like your detergent, and the light falls exactly how you left it. But sometimes the danger is already in the room already breathing your air. It was late morning when I stepped onto the back porch, coffee in hand, and watched the breeze stir the grass. The air smelled clean, full of eucalyptus and damp earth. My daughter Anna was in the yard, tracing patterns in the dirt with a stick, completely absorbed. I let the screen door fall shut behind me and went inside to grab her sweater from the laundry. It wasn't cold, but the clouds had thickened better to be safe. I couldn't have been gone more than 5 minutes. When I returned, the yard was still. Her stick lay where she'd been squatting, half buried in the path she'd been drawing. The gate was closed. The wind nudged the swing under the tree, but there was no sound of footsteps, no rustling, No voice calling out. At first, I assumed she'd wandered toward the side garden. I circled the house, calling her name. The first edge of panic hit when I reached the front and saw the driveway empty, the road beyond silent. No one, no cars, no sign she'd stepped beyond the fence. I checked inside. Bathroom, kitchen, closets. Anna was the kind of child who'd announce everything. There was no way she would have gone inside without saying so. Still, I looked. I even looked in the crawl space, ridiculous as it was. Then I ran back to the yard, retracing where she'd last been. I called louder this time, sharp now. My voice bounced against the trees and came back alone. That's when I knew. That fast. 5 minutes, maybe less. The neighbors came first. One heard me shouting and came running. We combed through the field beyond the fence, into the trees, down the embankment toward the creek. By the time the sheriff arrived, the sun had shifted enough to cast long shadows across the hill. They brought dogs, helicopters. Volunteers showed up in boots and gloves, stomping through underbrush, calling her name over and over. I stayed by the gate for hours, eyes fixed on the horizon like she might come walking back any second. No signs, no trail, not even a footprint. They asked about my habits, my routines, how often I left her alone, whether I drank, whether anyone had been by recently. I answered as best I could. The way they looked at me changed over time, less urgent, more clinical. They started focusing on my past, my friends, my politics, as though if they couldn't find her in the woods, they'd find her in me. I cooperated. I opened everything. Anna's room, my journals, our photographs. They studied the photos for clues, as if the shape of a shadow or a gesture might hold the answer. They found nothing unusual. That too became a suspicion. The house emptied out eventually. The volunteers left first, then the dogs. The helicopters stopped buzzing overhead. Just reporters then, parked along the road with long lenses and eager pens. Some speculated about animals, others about strangers. A few whispered about cults, though no one had seen a single unfamiliar car that day. Days passed, then weeks, months. I never left. Not really. The police urged me to take a break, go stay with family. I couldn't. I'd wake up at night convinced I'd heard the door creak open, or her small footsteps padding down the hall. Once I dreamed she was standing at the edge of the yard again, stick in hand, looking up at the sky like she'd never left. Eventually, the house grew quiet again. No more questions, no more headlines. Only the yard remained the same. The swing still moved sometimes, even when there was no wind. I told myself it was just the slope of the tree or the way the rope had stretched. Still, every so often I'd wake up and find the stick back where she'd left it, and the dirt around it smoothed out like someone had tried to draw something but thought better of it. And then the breeze would lift again, and everything would go still. I was one of the first people who noticed June had gone missing. We weren't close friends, more like two quiet figures in the same crowded lecture hall, but I'd spoken to him a few times after class. We shared a few thoughts on operating systems, joked about cheap instant noodles. He was kind, soft-spoken, just trying to get through school like the rest of us. The last time I saw him was late one Thursday evening. He'd mentioned answering a Craigslist ad, something about an indie film project, low budget but high concept, he'd said with a hopeful grin. He was excited, told me it was a one-night shoot, some kind of artsy piece where he wouldn't have to say much, just act with his eyes. He was nervous, but it was the kind of nervous that came with opportunity. I remember that clearly. The apartment complex where the ad had led him wasn't far. One of those aging high-rises with patchy lighting in the hallways and a front door buzzer that half worked. I'd walked past it before without giving it much thought. That night, though, I lingered on the sidewalk across from it. Just by coincidence, I'd been walking home from a friend's place when I noticed someone stepping through the lobby doors. Slight frame, familiar gait, that green hoodie John always wore. He didn't see me. I almost called out, but the word stuck. He disappeared through the glass doors. And I just kept walking. By Monday, he still hadn't shown up to class. A couple people noticed, myself included, and we figured maybe he was sick. By Wednesday, one of our professors asked if anyone had heard from him. No one had. A few of us started messaging him. No reply. It didn't take long before someone reported him missing. The police got involved. Flyers went up. His parents flew in, devastated. I remember walking past the poster stapled to the campus bulletin board, the photo of June smiling, the neat lettering underneath asking for help. Something cold settled in my stomach when I looked at it. The investigation focused quickly on the Craigslist lead. I don't know how long it took them to trace it back to the apartment complex, but eventually the footage came out. Grainy video of June entering the building just after 10 p.m., never to be seen leaving. That clip played over and over in the news for days. A young man walks into a building and vanishes. No struggle, no witness, just gone. The man who'd posted the ad had a long, shadowy online presence forums filled with strange, disturbing content. Videos no one should ever post. He had aliases, an online trail years long, all pointing to someone obsessed with control and cruelty. He was arrested weeks later, halfway across the country, traveling under another name. They found hard drives. They found things I won't describe. They confirmed it was June. Eventually, DNA. Partial remains. His family never got to bring him home whole. I kept thinking about that night. How close I was. Just across the street. If I'd called out. If he'd looked back. If I'd said something. But that's not how time works. You don't get edits or do-overs. You just live with the freeze-frame memory of someone stepping through a door they'll never come out of. I deleted all my Craigslist bookmarks after that. I stopped answering online posts from strangers. I couldn't even bring myself to join student film nights anymore. There was a seat in the back of the lecture hall that stayed empty for the rest of the semester. Nobody ever sat there again. Some nights I still walk past that building. Just out of habit, it looks the same flickering lobby light. Same cracked intercom panel, but I can't help thinking about all the other doors people step through, every day, chasing something they believe will move them forward. A role, a job, a promise. Sometimes those doors don't lead anywhere at all. It started with a tone, long, low, almost imperceptible like the hum of a distant engine echoing beneath layers of water and pressure. I first heard it in the spring of '98, buried in the month's acoustic logs from our deep-sea array anchored in the southern Pacific. At the time, I thought it was some kind of mechanical distortion, maybe an issue with the hydrophone calibration. But then it came again, and again, every few months. It would return, never on a schedule. Never the same frequency, but always following a similar structure. A slow descending moan that lasted for minutes, tapering into silence like something vast losing momentum. It was faint but unmistakable, and it traveled. Hydrophones spaced thousands of miles apart, picked up the same signature, stretched and warped slightly by ocean currents and thermal layers, but undeniably from a single source. I've spent most of my life listening to things people can't hear. That's what long-term acoustic monitoring is. You spend years tuning out whale songs, ship engines, undersea earthquakes, the chatter of ice sheets grinding against themselves. You start to know what things are supposed to sound like. This wasn't supposed to be anything. We logged the sound as an anomaly and sent the data to NOAA. The initial response was expected, probably glacial friction or some tectonic interaction at the ocean floor. They'd heard similar things before, but the tone didn't match any known seismic or cryogenic events, and it kept happening. In 2001, I relocated our listening point closer to the Antarctic convergence zone, hoping for a clearer reading. The water there was denser, colder, better for long-range propagation. That's where it got strange. The sound was louder, not just clearer, louder, as if we were getting closer to it even though it was still nowhere and everywhere. By 2004, other researchers started calling it the beacon. It was a joke, mostly. We didn't broadcast our findings beyond the usual peer circles. There was nothing to publish, really. Just recordings and spectrograms. all of them showing that same sloping line, steady and unnerving. One day in October 2007, I was cataloging archived data from another array off the Indian Ocean Ridge when I noticed something I hadn't seen before. The sound had occurred there too, but 2 hours before the Southern Pacific detection. It was subtle, almost buried under the background noise, but present. That changed things. It meant whatever was generating the sound wasn't stationary. It moved, and fast. I cross-referenced 6 years of logs from different ocean monitoring sites. A pattern emerged, one that suggested a route, not random distribution. The occurrences were sporadic, but they traced a kind of loop, dipping near Antarctica, rising along the South American Trench, veering off past the Kerguelen Plateau, then disappearing. We never found any surface disturbance. Satellites showed no anomalies, no icebergs large enough to account for it, no seismic shifts corresponding to the times. We started modeling subglacial movements, deep ocean landslides, magma shifts, anything that could release enough kinetic energy to generate such sustained low-frequency tones. None of them fit. In 2012, we deployed a new generation of hydrophones with enhanced sensitivity. That's when we picked up something new, a harmonic, a second tone, barely above the noise floor, that sometimes followed the primary sound by about 30 seconds. It was higher in frequency but shared the same descending curve. 2 signals now, possibly from the same source, or 2 sources moving together. We tried triangulating. The math said it was somewhere deep in the southern abyssal plain, under miles of water and sediment, an area geologically inactive and far from known ice fields. We requested a probe expedition, but it was denied. Too expensive, too speculative. We were told to keep recording. By 2015, we detected the sound over 20 times, with intervals ranging from weeks to months. Always unpredictable, always the same spectral signature. The data accumulated and still, we couldn't explain it. We kept it quiet. Some of us thought that was best. If the public knew we were hearing something vast and unknown beneath the ocean with no way of identifying it, the theories would spiral out of control. UFOs, monsters, secret military tech, all that noise would drown out the facts. I never believed it was anything supernatural. I still don't, but I also can't explain what it is. The Earth is old. It makes noises we don't understand, but this one feels different. Intentional, almost, like it's not just happening, like it's traveling with purpose. In 2019, we tried something we'd never done before. We sent a reply, a broadcast of the tone, mirrored and inverted, beamed back through our hydrophones at the same volume we received it. Nothing happened, no change in pattern, no new response. But a week later, the sound came again, slightly altered. It descended as usual, but near the end, it held for 2 extra seconds, just 2, then silence. We didn't tell anyone about that. It's 2026 now, and the last detection came 3 months ago. Stronger than usual. We're still logging, still listening. The ocean is too vast to observe completely. What's down there, if it's even a what, is beyond our reach. We have only sound, and sound doesn't lie. Some nights when the water's calm, and the data feeds are quiet, I think about that tone, about how it stretches across the deep, too vast to map, too quiet to be noticed by most. A voice, maybe, or just a breath. Something ancient turning in the dark where no one can see. We came ashore at dawn, pushing through sheets of rain so dense they blurred the outline of the lighthouse until we were nearly aground. The cutter pitched violently in the swells as we pulled up beside the landing dock, half submerged under crashing waves. No lights, no movement, no signal from the station, just the rising howl of the wind and the rhythmic slam of sea against stone. I was leading the relief crew standard rotation, nothing out of the ordinary on paper. 3 station keepers were due to rotate out after 6 months, maintaining the automated weather relay and maritime beacon. This island no more than a bruised knot of rock, 2 kilometers wide, sat in the worst stretch of the northern coast. Everything about it had been built to endure hell. We climbed the slick ladder in silence, equipment slung tight against our backs. The dock's mooring lines had held, though one was frayed almost to snapping. Salt crusted the metal stairs leading up to the living quarters. That part didn't surprise me. What did was the smell. Wet metal, seaweed, and something faintly sharp beneath it. Like ozone or the air before a lightning strike. Inside, it was dead quiet. We found the galley first, plates still on the table, mugs half full of what had been tea or coffee. One chair knocked over, food dried to the rims of bowls. A half-sliced loaf of bread hardened on the cutting board, knife still stuck partway through. No sign of anyone. We spread out, sweeping each section in pairs. Bunks made, logs up to date until 3 days before. No sign of forced entry, no signs of violence. Radios were off, backup generators untouched. The storm hadn't knocked out power, though the main beacon had been flickering erratically when we approached. According to the cutter's instruments, it had gone out completely. Sometime the night before, I kept waiting to hear footsteps above, or a cough from someone holed up in the storage wing. Instead, just the wind. When it dropped, even for a second, the silence underneath it was worse. We found the first clue near the main door. Scrape marks on the inside frame. Not from tools, from boots, sliding, like someone had braced against it. Hard on the outside, more disturbing. The metal shutters over the north-facing windows were bent outward, not in pet however, as if something had pushed them from the inside, or pulled from the outside with tremendous force. And above them, 6 meters up, a jagged crack in the concrete wall, like a pressure wave had struck there. No burn marks, just fractured stone, spidering out like a frozen explosion. The worst was the radio log. Last entry was short. No times, no signature. Securing outer hatch. Wind pushing inland hard. Feels wrong. Then nothing. So searchers came 2 days later. Helicopters couldn't land until the storm cleared. We'd already checked the shoreline a dozen times by then. No footprints. No bodies. Just seaweed dragged high above the tide line, as if the storm surge had reached impossible heights, but not high enough to explain how one of the massive storage crates from the supply yard ended up halfway up the hill behind the lighthouse. That thing weighed over a ton. They brought divers, drones, even dogs. Nothing, not a scrap of fabric, no drop tools, no radio pings from the missing 3. The official report, released weeks later, blamed it on extreme weather. Suggested the 3-station staff had attempted to secure part of the structure during the storm and been swept out to sea. The cracks in the outer walls were logged as stress fractures. The bent shutters dismissed as wind damage. That didn't sit right with any of us. One of the younger crewmen started having nightmares. Said he heard something out there the first night. Something under the waves, scraping along the hull of the cutter. Another claimed he saw lights offshore during the blackout. No vessels were logged in the area. No wreckage ever found. We weren't allowed to speak publicly, but the internet lit up when word leaked. Theories ranged from the plausible, foul play, mutiny, to the far-fetched. Some said the island had a history, that fishermen used to avoid it, that it had been marked on older naval charts with a symbol no one could interpret. I checked once. Couldn't find anything. Sometimes at night, I think about the bread on the table, the knife stuck in the crust, like someone meant to come back and finish the slice. Whatever happened, it was fast. Sudden enough that no one had time to reach a radio. Violent enough to leave damage that no wind could explain. They never found the bodies. The next team sent out was unmanned. All remote systems now. We still send vessels by twice a year for checks. None of us go ashore. Not anymore. It was a crisp Saturday morning, the kind that feels full of possibility. We were all supposed to be back before lunch, just a couple of hours up near the edge of the trails that wrap around the eastern ridge. That part of the mountain was close enough to the edge of town that no one considered it risky. It wasn't wilderness, Just a place where kids could roam and feel free without straying too far. I wasn't there. I wish I had been. My little brother Jonah was. He was the youngest of the group. 10 years old, all knees and elbows, always trying to keep up with the older ones. There were 5 of them: Jonah, twins Noah and Eli, Ava and Sarah. They'd packed a couple of backpacks with snacks, water, and walkie-talkies that mostly didn't work past 100 feet. It felt safe until they didn't come home. By sunset, we were all outside. Every porch light on the block was on. Every parent was calling every other. At first, everyone thought they just lost track of time. Then the police showed up with flashlights, dogs, and clipboards. That night was the coldest one I remember. I watched my mother walk in circles in the driveway, clutching Jonah's windbreaker like it was still warm from his shoulders. The search went on for weeks. Hundreds of volunteers combed the area. The police brought in drones and helicopters, and national news outlets descended on our town. But nothing. No clothing. No prints. No signs of a struggle. They had vanished into thin air. The dogs lost their scent at the edge of a small ravine, where the trail forks off into a gully choked with underbrush. But even that led nowhere. That area had been picked clean. Years passed. Rumors didn't. Every time someone found a scrap of clothing or bone in the woods, the story resurfaced. Sometimes people swore they'd seen a shadowy figure watching from the trees, or heard children's laughter echoing when the wind changed. None of it led anywhere. There were theories, of course, human traffickers, a reclusive hermit, even mountain lions, but none explained why 5 kids would all vanish without a trace, leaving no drag marks, no blood, no footprints. By the time the discovery happened, most people had moved on. The twins' family had left town the year after. Ava's parents divorced, and Sarah's mom drank herself into silence. My mom still kept Jonah's room the same. She said she could still smell him in the sheets. It was a hiker who found them. He'd veered off the main path, following what he thought was an animal trail. About 40 minutes in, he came across a rocky depression tucked behind a natural outcrop like a sinkhole without a bottom. He noticed something white glinting in the leaf litter. At first, he thought it was plastic. It wasn't. The news hit us like a second disappearance. Somehow worse, in its finality. The area where they were found had been searched multiple times early in the investigation, but they'd been missed, or they hadn't been there at the time. Forensic teams came in again. They cleared the scene like it was the first day all over. Eventually they confirmed it. Blunt force trauma, sharp implements, no signs of animal interference. Not quick, not clean, and no evidence left behind. No clothing that hadn't rotted, no weapons, no fingerprints. They wouldn't say if it had all happened at once or over time, or if the bodies had been moved. The one thing they did say was that it wasn't an accident. It was a killing, a human one. There was nothing else. No suspect, no confessions, no witnesses, just 5 small bodies, too long in the dark. The investigation reopened but led nowhere. Eventually the media left again. The parents didn't. My mother still walks to the edge of that ravine every October, on the anniversary. She doesn't speak during the hike. She just stands there looking into the trees. Sometimes I go with her. The place looks the same, quiet, ordinary, but if you stand still long enough, you get this feeling like something is watching from behind the brush, like it never left, like it could happen again just as easily. We never found out who did it or why. Maybe we never will, but I still walk that trail sometimes, alone. I don't know what I'm looking for. I just know I can't stop until I find something that helps it make sense. The first time I heard the signal was in the winter of 2009. I was holed up in a rental outside Barrow, Alaska. Just me, a laptop, and a battered Kenwood transceiver I'd rigged to scan the shortwave bands while I cataloged oddities. Back then, I thought I was just chasing radio ghosts, old Cold War artifacts that hadn't been shut down properly. But this one wasn't a ghost. It was very much alive. It pulsed at 4625 kilohertz. A low mechanical buzz, A monotonous drone, repeating in perfect intervals, once per second, every second. It never identified itself, never drifted, just buzzed. For days it didn't change. Then came the voice. It wasn't even a complete sentence, just a call sign in Russian, spoken flatly, like the speaker didn't care if anyone understood. I scrambled to record it, hit the wrong button, lost the first part. I waited 8 more days before it said anything again. This time it was numbers, cold and clipped, a format I'd seen in number stations before, but without the musical chime or tone intro. It was like a number station stripped bare, just the bones of something designed to be noticed but never understood. That was how it started. I logged every minute of broadcast over the next 3 months. It never stopped. Rain or snow, night or day, always the same buzz. I built a database of anomalies, 15 voice transmissions, 4 musical interludes, one of which was a distorted loop of what sounded like Swan Lake, and 2 full dropouts where the signal vanished for exactly 11 minutes before resuming. Stronger than before. I wasn't the only one listening. I found others, obsessives like me, on obscure forums and encrypted chat rooms. A guy in Estonia said he tracked the signal's strength fluctuations and triangulated it to somewhere near Pskov. A woman in Maine claimed she'd intercepted a brief transmission in Polish that didn't match the rest of the signal's profile. We pooled data, compared anomalies. It didn't take long to notice something disturbing. The signal's origin wasn't fixed. Every few weeks the propagation pattern would shift. Subtly, at first, then more dramatically, the signal's source seemed to move. Once it was strongest in western Siberia, then 2 months later it bloomed over the Caucasus. Then for a brief window in 2012, it was best heard just outside Canberra, Australia. That shouldn't have been possible, not with the same transmitter. The going theory was that it was a Russian military dead hand system, a doomsday mechanism. If the buzz stopped, bad things would happen. But that didn't explain the voice messages, or the song fragments, or why in March of 2014, it played a clipped 30-second snippet of Sweet Dreams by Eurythmics, warped and hissy like it had been recorded onto tape decades ago. That clip nearly broke the community. Half of us thought it meant the signal had been hijacked. The other half believed it was a message, maybe to a sleeper cell, maybe to us. But nobody could explain how an unauthorized party could hijack a signal like that. Especially one rumored to be state-protected. That kind of breach should have triggered a complete system lockdown. But the buzz resumed a minute later, uninterrupted as if nothing had happened. I kept listening. In 2016, I tried to track it physically. I spent 3 weeks near a known triangulation point in Kazakhstan, hiking into old Soviet-era comms facilities, long abandoned relay towers, some half collapsed from weather and neglect. I found one with a rusted dish pointed skyward, half covered in a collapsing tarp. No power, no cabling, but I swear I heard the buzz through my handheld receiver when I stood near it, louder than it should have been. I left the next morning. The pattern continued. Voice transmissions every few months. A new one in 2019. 3 words in English. Object is stationary. No follow-up, no context, just that. By 2021, the anomalies had shifted from audio to signal behavior. There were harmonic overlays, faint, almost subliminal sounds just below the buzz. If you slowed them down, they sounded like breathing. I couldn't prove it, but others noticed too. The forums got quieter. A few longtime trackers disappeared entirely. Accounts deleted, archives wiped. I tried emailing one of them, a guy named Merrick in Krakow. The message bounced back. His site had gone dark. His last post mentioned hearing the second layer. I've tried to walk away, switched to different bands, focused on airline chatter and meteor burst transmissions. But it's always there in the background, that same buzz. Sometimes I wake up and think I hear it in the walls. Last week, it happened again. A new voice, this one younger, almost amused, all channels monitored, continuous scheduled, then silence, for 4 minutes. Then the buzz resumed. It's not just the voice, it's the certainty behind it. Like whoever's running this doesn't care if we know anymore. Or maybe they never did. I moved my gear into a Faraday cage last night, just to be safe, but I'm still listening. The first time it happened was early August. It had rained that morning, nothing unusual for our little corner of Washington. But by midday, people were talking. Something strange had come down with the storm. A gelatinous substance, translucent and dotted with tiny dark specks, was found smeared across rooftops, car windshields, and even animal feed troughs. I saw it myself, clumps of it lining the gutters along Main Street like a trail of half-melted hailstones. I'm a field analyst for the Regional Public Health Department. Mostly my job revolves around water testing, food safety complaints, and monitoring livestock contamination. But this was something else. When I arrived in town, the local vet had already sent me samples. His chickens had stopped eating after the rain, 2 dogs were vomiting, and a calf was found listless in its stall. The material he collected was stored in sealed vials inside a cooler when I got there. I remember kneeling over them in his office, watching the gelatin wobble slightly even though the box was perfectly still. A few residents mentioned headaches, nausea, and an odd metallic taste in their mouths. Most chalked it up to the humidity or some mild bug going around. But by the second week, the reports had escalated. Rashes, high fevers, fatigue. One woman collapsed in the checkout line at the grocery store, and several children missed nearly a week of school. I took more samples myself, cutting pieces of the substance from windowsills and scraping it from a wide patch found coating the slide in the park. That same week, the samples went missing. They had been logged and stored in our regional lab. Standard protocol. When I called to follow up, the lab manager paused too long on the phone before telling me there'd been a storage mishap, temperature failure, contamination risk, material discarded. I asked for logs. There were none. No backup data, no documentation of disposal, just gone. The third fall came on a Saturday night. Steady rain. No thunder, no wind. I drove out the next morning, before the sun was fully up. The gelatin was back, scattered in globs along the pavement near the fire station, and smeared across the back window of a school bus. I gathered more samples, marked them with tags, and sealed them myself. This time I didn't send them to the regional lab. I stashed them in my own freezer at home, wrapped in sterile cloth inside a glass container meant for long-term soil storage. They were gone by the following Thursday. I came home from a long day in the field to find the door to my attached garage cracked open. No sign of forced entry, no mess, nothing missing except the box. I filed a report with local police. Nothing came of it. Residents had begun to speculate by then. Theories spread through town meetings and online threads, military testing, secret dumping from aircraft, even bizarre claims about biological agents or alien matter. One man swore he saw low-flying helicopters in the night before the third rainfall. Another claimed the power grid flickered every time the substance arrived. But nobody could prove anything, and with every cycle, the physical evidence vanished or degraded beyond testing. By late September, the illness had moved through most of the town. Not everyone got sick, but those who did suffered in waves. Sharp fevers that would break suddenly, leaving behind confusion and exhaustion. Livestock deaths rose. My neighbor lost all 3 of her barn cats within a week. Her husband started bleeding from his gums and had to be hospitalized in Spokane. I kept a journal. Symptoms, timelines, maps. I charted every point of contact I could verify, but the pattern never held. Sometimes the substance fell in tight clusters, sometimes miles apart. No consistent radius, no prevailing wind, no source traceable by satellite or local radar. Government agencies stepped in after a while, quietly. An unmarked SUV parked near the community center during a town meeting. 2 men in suits sat through the entire thing without taking notes. They asked no questions. That same week, an email came down from my department. All field testing for environmental anomalies was to be routed through central channels only. No independent sample retention. No public disclosure. I resigned a week later. I still live here. The incidents haven't happened again since October, but something in this town changed. People speak a little softer now. Look up at the sky more often. When it rains, the streets empty faster than they used to. I never found out what was in that gelatin, or why it affected us the way it did. The fact that it's gone is almost worse than when it was here. Because now there's nothing to test, nothing to hold. Just memory, an illness, and an absence that feels engineered. And every time I hear the first drops of rain hit the tin roof of my porch, I think of those early mornings, the glassy sheen on the blacktop, the dogs barking just a little too long at nothing at all. The first time I heard it was in the back room of our lab, somewhere between the hum of old servers and the soft hiss of coffee going stale in the pot. I had spent the better part of the day parsing through long-wave acoustic data from hydrophones deployed along a deep ocean ridge in the southern Pacific. It was tedious work. Lots of cross-referencing, calibrating filters, chasing false positives. But that sound, it cut through everything, low, deep. It wasn't just volume, it was scale. The waveform surged across the screen like a mountain rising out of flatlands. 1 second of audio stretched into significance purely by how much it didn't belong. I called in Marina, our lead analyst, to verify. She walked in chewing a pen cap and squinting at the spectrogram, leaning over my shoulder. She didn't say anything for a long time. Then she just tapped the screen once and said, "That's not a whale." From there, things moved fast. We pulled archived hydrophone logs from NOAA arrays, Cold War-era surveillance data, anything with ears underwater. The same signature low-frequency, extremely high amplitude, and spread over an astonishing range, appeared in over 24 other recordings. It was like discovering a voice that had been calling out for years and no one had really listened. At first, the media jumped all over it. They dubbed it the Deep Roar. There were the usual theories: giant squid, unknown leviathans, cryptic sea serpents, but most centered on the idea of something alive and very, very big. I won't lie, late nights in the lab, long after the janitor had come and gone, I'd let myself wonder, not because I believed it, but because the sound carried that kind of weight. It felt wrong in a way that suggested intelligence, or intention. One recording in particular stayed with me. It was captured just off the Antarctic shelf during midwinter. Dark, brutal conditions. The ice was thick, the current slow, but the sound still found its way into the water. That signature curve, like a slow breath drawn through stone. We built models to isolate harmonics, tried overlaying biological call structures, even tested resonance patterns against known geological activity. Everything came back inconclusive. The amplitude was too high for any known animal. The frequency dipped too low for tectonic activity. For months, we just hit wall after wall. Eventually, we started correlating the sound with satellite records of calving events. Huge sections of the Ross Ice Shelf had broken off, around the same time as one of the largest recorded sound bursts. We mapped it out, and realized similar events had lined up with other detections. Ice fracturing, grinding, shifting under pressure, releasing tension and pulses of sound that traveled thousands of miles. These weren't voices, they were echoes of destruction. It made sense, scientifically. We even replicated the acoustic profile in a controlled lab setting, using pressure-rigged ice blocks in a saltwater tank. When they cracked, the sound was eerily similar. Not as grand, but unmistakable. Still, knowing didn't erase the way it made me feel. The idea that something so massive, so slow and indifferent, could produce a sound that resonated across an entire ocean stayed with me. I remember the first time I stood alone in the listening booth. No lights, just me and the playback. It rolled in like thunder under your feet. Not noise, not music, just presence. You felt it more than heard it. I leaned back in the chair, eyes closed, and for a moment I imagined it wasn't ice. I imagined something huge shifting in the dark. Not alive, but aware. Aware that we were listening. Even after the consensus report was published, the emails didn't stop. Amateur theorists, marine folklore buffs, cryptozoologists. They all wanted to believe in something more. I understood the impulse. Part of me wanted to believe too. But science doesn't wait for stories. It waits for proof, and we had it: fracture patterns, matched spectrograms, historical alignment. The roar came from the ice, nothing more. And yet, I still keep a copy of that first recording on an old thumb drive in my desk. Every now and then, when the building is quiet and the data streams have slowed, I play it again. Just once. Just enough to remember that the world is larger than we think, and older, and filled with sounds we weren't meant to hear. I remember the morning starting colder than usual, even for Siberia. The frost clung thick to the pine needles outside our field station, and the air was so still it felt like the trees were holding their breath. I was stationed there for a 6-month assignment, part of a small team monitoring seismic and atmospheric data. Routine work, mostly quiet. That morning, though, I stepped outside with my coffee and felt it before I saw or heard anything. A kind of pressure, like the air around me had shifted, compressed. I turned my head to the sky on instinct. It was just past 7 a.m. The sun had begun its slow rise, spilling gold over the treetops. When everything changed, the sky didn't darken, it flared. A white-blue flash bloomed across the upper atmosphere, so bright I staggered back, shielding my face with the sleeve of my coat. My first thought wasn't meteorite or satellite. It was war. Then came the sound. A delayed concussion wave rolled through the forest with a guttural roar, followed by a pressure blast that knocked the mug from my hands and made the pine trees sway like saplings. Birds launched in a chaotic swarm. Somewhere behind the tray line I heard trees crack and fall like matchsticks under a boot. The ground beneath my feet vibrated, and for a moment I truly believed the sky itself had come undone. We lost contact with our remote sensors almost immediately. Power flickered, then held, but our instruments were scrambled. I ran back inside to the comm station, breath steaming, heart hammering. The others in the station were already shouting, trying to make sense of what had just happened. We pieced together the basics fast. Something had entered the atmosphere at high velocity and detonated in an airburst miles above us. It took hours before we dared venture toward the epicenter. We didn't know if it was safe, but curiosity and protocol overruled caution. The further we drove, the worse the damage became. Trees flattened in every direction for kilometers, not burned but toppled as if some giant hand had swiped them down. No crater, no impact site, just devastation in a radial pattern that made no logical sense at first glance. We were among the first researchers on the scene, but not the last. Over the next few weeks, experts poured in: seismologists, atmospheric scientists, even military observers, though none in uniform. The consensus eventually settled around a kind of cosmic accident. A spaceborne object, likely a fragment of a comet or asteroid, had entered the Earth's atmosphere at blistering speed, too fast and too shallow to survive re-entry. It had exploded tens of kilometers above ground, releasing the force equivalent to several megatons of TNT. The thermal effects reported by the reindeer herders and hunters nearby were astonishing. They spoke of skin burns without fire, blinding light followed by a concussion wave so intense it knocked them off their feet inside their homes. Some claimed to have seen the sky split open, revealing a column of fire stretching down to the trees. We couldn't find fragments large enough to confirm the object's composition. No metallic core, no obvious mineral shards, just microscopic traces in the soil and trees that matched extraterrestrial signatures. It was as if the object had vaporized completely, leaving only questions. I spent months cataloging data, writing reports that tried to frame what had happened in objective terms. But even now, years later, I remember the fear more clearly than the figures, not from the blast itself, but from what it meant. This wasn't an act of war or a test gone wrong. It was a reminder that the Earth is not sealed off from the cosmos. That space, cold and empty though it may seem, is full of things moving faster and carrying more power than we're ready for. The models show it could happen again. No warning, no trajectory we can chart in time. Just an ordinary morning, and then the sky opens up. We weren't even supposed to be out there. The whole trip was a spur-of-the-moment thing. One of those ideas that start over dinner and suddenly become a plan. Jen was scrolling on her phone, saw a post about an old mining trail in the northern hills, and before the plates were cleared, we were pulling out camping gear from the garage. It was rare that all 5 of us, me, Jen, our 2 boys, and little Avery, had the same weekend free. That made it feel like fate. We hit the road the next morning without reservations. No real itinerary, just a map from the visitor center and a tank full of gas. We stopped at a small local store on the edge of the mountain town to pick up extra supplies. Batteries, matches, some jerky and snacks for the kids. I remember the cashier commenting on how quiet things were that week. Hunting season wasn't open yet, and most tourists avoided the area this time of year. Perfect, I thought. Fewer people, more stars. The campsite we chose was off an old service road. Flat ground, fire ring, no nearby sites. Dense trees on 3 sides, and a narrow game trail leading down toward a creek. We pitched the tent, hung the bear bag, and by sundown we were roasting marshmallows. Avery kept asking if there were ghosts in the woods. I told her the only thing to be scared of was running out of chocolate. That night was colder than expected. Jen woke me up around 2 a.m. saying she heard something outside. I listened. Branches cracking, soft shuffling near the tent. Probably a deer. I grabbed the flashlight and stepped out, shining it in wide arcs. Nothing but mist and trees. Still, I stayed up the rest of the night by the fire, just to be safe. The next morning, we decided to explore the trail behind the site. The boys ran ahead with sticks. Avery hung on my back in a carrier. We walked for maybe an hour before the trail narrowed and twisted uphill. There was a cave just off the path, black inside, barely noticeable unless you were looking. The boys wanted to go in, but Jen said no. We turned back. Later that afternoon, we found signs someone else had been nearby. Fresh tire tracks in the soft dirt leading deeper into the woods. Not where we'd come from. No vehicle sounds, just the marks. That was the first thing that felt off. The second was a pile of stones near the edge of our camp that hadn't been there before. Arranged like a cairn, but smaller, almost hidden in the brush. I didn't tell the others. We planned to leave early the next morning, but it didn't happen. I don't remember deciding to stay longer. We were just there. The firewood pile was lower. Food was getting sparse. Jen mentioned heading back into town for supplies, but something about driving that road again felt wrong. We stayed. The third night, I woke up to silence. Not quiet, absolute stillness. No insects, no wind. I looked over and saw Jen sitting up. Eyes wide, she whispered that someone was walking around the tent. I held my breath and listened. Slow, deliberate steps circling us. Then a dragging sound like something being pulled through the dirt. I reached for the flashlight, but the batteries were dead. That didn't make sense, we just replaced them. I didn't sleep. As soon as it was light enough, we packed up to leave. But the road out was blocked. A fallen tree, fresh, clean break like it had been pushed over. No way around it without tools. I checked our phones. No signal. I thought about walking back to town, maybe 10 miles if I stayed on the trail, but I didn't want to leave them alone. We stayed another night. That's where my memory gets strange. Fragmented. I remember standing in the woods at dusk, staring at something between the trees. Just movement. Nothing clear. Then Jen yelling my name. Then nothing. I woke up in the dark, lying on cold ground. I wasn't at the campsite. My head was pounding. I called out, but the forest swallowed my voice. I started walking toward what I thought was the trail, but I was guessing. My flashlight was gone. My watch too. After hours of stumbling through the dark, I found a cave. Not deep, just a hollow in the rock. I crawled in, shaking. There was something inside. Not an animal fabric. A sleeping bag. A Very's. I couldn't breathe. I ran. I don't remember finding the road. A ranger spotted me wandering near a fire break. 3 days later, I told them everything. They sent out teams, found our van and the tent, just like we'd left them. Food still on the camp stove. No signs of struggle. No blood. They searched for weeks. Months later, a group of prospectors found remains in a ravine 2 ridges over, some in a shallow cave, one gin tied to a tree with fishing line. The others were too decomposed to tell what had happened. No animals had touched them. That's what the report said. They questioned a man who'd been in the area, a loner with priors assault arson, attempted abduction years back. He'd been seen in the town the same weekend we arrived. They never found enough to charge him. No one can explain why we went further into the forest, why we didn't leave, why we split up, why I survived. I drive past that turnoff sometimes. The forest swallows the road after a mile. No one camps there anymore. The ranger station says it's too remote, too risky. They don't talk about what happened. Neither do I. It started with a police cruiser parked 2 houses down. I saw it from my kitchen window around 3 in the morning. I hadn't been able to sleep. I don't sleep well in summer. Something about the hum of the air conditioning and the 2 quiet nights. That particular morning I'd made tea just to pass the time. And there it was, blue and red lights muted behind tinted glass. Barely noticeable unless you were looking. No sirens, no knock on doors, just waiting. Our neighborhood isn't the kind of place you associate with trouble. We're tucked in a quiet corner of town, behind brick walls and cul-de-sacs named after trees. Everyone has a lawn service and a Ring doorbell. People walk dogs late at night. Kids sell lemonade on weekends. That's why I didn't think too much of it at first. Maybe someone's alarm tripped. Maybe an elderly neighbor needed a wellness check. But then I heard about the first one. It wasn't until I ran into her at the mailbox that I learned why. The news didn't travel fast, just a couple of posts in the neighborhood Facebook group. Vague stuff. Be vigilant. Lock your doors. Strange activity reported. But I knew something was off when Janet from across the street started sleeping with all her lights on. She's a nurse, works nights, but for a week she took emergency leave and kept every window covered in cardboard. I laughed. I thought she was joking, but she wasn't smiling. I mean, in the room, she said, by the bed, just standing there. She didn't want to talk at first, just handed me my misdelivered mail and turned to go. But I must have looked concerned, because she stopped and said, I woke up and someone was in my room. He didn't say anything, didn't touch anything, didn't take anything, just stood there inches away watching her sleep. When she opened her eyes and screamed, he ran. She called the cops. They found the back door open but no signs of forced entry. Same story each time. People waking in the dead of night to see a figure, a man. They thought, though no one ever got a clear look, standing near the bed. No mask, no weapon, no words, just standing, watching. A few nights later, it happened to someone else. Then another. It shook us in a way no break-in or burglary ever had. There was no theft, no violence, just the horrifying knowledge that someone had been inside, that he could come back. We started locking our doors like it was religion. Extra deadbolts, screws and window tracks. Some people bought motion lights and security cameras. Others joined the watch group that patrolled in shifts with flashlights and radios, and then gone. And still, somehow, he kept getting in. One woman swore she'd locked everything, double-checked even, but still woke to find her kitchen chairs rearranged. Not stolen, not broken, just moved. A single chair placed facing her bedroom door. Her dog didn't bark. Her husband slept through it all. By then, no one was sleeping much. Rumors ran wild. Some thought it was a former resident with a grudge. Others whispered about ex-military types with PTSD, or someone who lived in the woods near the edge of the neighborhood. A few leaned into weirder theories, like maybe it wasn't a man at all. I don't remember falling asleep. I'd been on the couch watching reruns with the lights on, TV volume low. I remember thinking I'd stay up all night again, just in case, but I didn't care who or what he was. I just wanted it to stop. Then came the night it was me. The TV was still on, but the room was colder. The back of my neck felt prickly, like it does when you know someone's behind you. I didn't move. Didn't turn, just waited, and then I saw the reflection in the screen. But I blinked, and something was wrong. He was behind the couch, tall, still. I couldn't make out a face, just the shape. My throat closed up. I thought about grabbing the phone, about calling out, but I couldn't even breathe. I stared at the screen, frozen. He didn't move. Neither did I. We stayed like that, me pretending to be asleep, him standing silently until a car drove past outside and its headlights washed across the living room. In that brief flash of light, he was gone. I checked every door, every lock, every window. Nothing broken, nothing forced, nothing taken. But then, just as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. After that, I installed cameras inside and out. I started sleeping with a baseball bat by the bed. So did most of my neighbors. Some people even hired private security to sit outside overnight. No one saw him again. No more reports. No late night visits. No shadows and reflections. Maybe the cameras scared him off. Maybe the patrols worked. Maybe he got bored. Or maybe he's just waiting again, watching from the dark until we forget how it felt to wake up and know that someone had been there. The sun had just started to burn through the morning fog when I finished my second cup of coffee. I remember how still everything felt, like the whole world was holding its breath. Our house sits on 6 acres just east of the county line, mostly surrounded by dry grass, rusted fencing, and the kind of silence that gets into your bones if you let it. That morning, my wife was inside folding laundry. I was outside, standing near the shed, tinkering with a busted latch that had been catching every time the wind shifted. My youngest, Noah, was out in the yard. He was 5, stubborn, curious, and always wandering too close to the edge of the property where the brush gets thick. I glanced over my shoulder every few seconds. He'd been playing with a stick, dragging it through the dirt like a sword. Then he wasn't. I called out once, twice. I stepped out toward the patch of trees behind the swing set and called again. Louder this time. No rustling, no giggle, nothing. Within minutes, we were both screaming his name, my wife tearing through the house, checking closets, under the porch. I made a circuit around the property, boots trampling over broken branches and dead leaves, heart pounding so loud it made my ears ring. By the time the first patrol car pulled into the driveway, I'd already told dispatch, missing child, rural residence, last seen mid-morning. I gave the timeline rough, uncertain. I might have said I went inside for a few minutes. I might have said I never took my eyes off him. I don't remember what version came out first. Stress messes with memory. At least that's what I told them. Told myself. Search teams combed the property. Volunteers showed up. Dogs were brought in. Then helicopters. Nothing. No footprints past the tray line. No torn clothing. Not even a scrap of the red hoodie he'd been wearing. After a week, the question started. Had he ever wandered before? Had there been tension at home? Had I noticed anything unusual? It was easier when they asked those things. Like I wasn't wearing a badge too. Like I didn't know how to handle a missing persons report. I kept my answers steady. That's what training's for. Control the breath. Speak clearly. Stay consistent. I wasn't. The inconsistencies came up fast. First, I said I was out with him the whole time. Then I said I stepped inside for a tool. Later, I claimed I was fixing the latch. Each retelling shaved off something real. Left behind a hollow. They brought in a counselor for our daughter, Emily. She was 7, old enough to understand the weight of silence. She didn't say much the first year. Just drawings. Some with trees. Some with shadows. One with a small red figure laying still in the grass. 2 years passed. The case sat cold, filed under active investigation, but everyone knew what that meant. We stayed in the house out of guilt or habit, I'm still not sure. I patrolled the same roads, passed the same signs with Noah's photo stapled to wooden poles until the sun faded the ink. I started dreaming in static, my radio chirping without messages, Noah's name echoing in the dead channels. Then Emily spoke. It happened one evening while I was scraping paint off the porch rail. She sat beside me with that same quiet stare. Then, out of nowhere, she told my wife that Noah had cried a lot the morning he went missing, said he got in trouble, said he wasn't breathing when she last saw him, said I wrapped him in the old green tarp from the shed. Investigators came back hard. Interviews, polygraphs. They rechecked the yard, the crawl space, dug up the corner of the property where the garden used to be. I stuck to my silence. No body, no proof, but they had Emily. She described the tarp, the weight, the smell, said I took it to the back field where the grass turns yellow near the irrigation ditch. I don't remember her being outside that day, but I guess I missed more than I thought. Court was short. They called it manslaughter. Heat of the moment, no intent to kill, just a parent who snapped. The media wanted more. Motive, confession, remorse. I gave none. The only thing I felt was the slow unraveling of the stories I'd built to keep myself upright. Now I sit in a room not much bigger than our old shed, counting the times I swore he was right behind me. Remembering the latch, the broken light bulb in the hallway, the tarp folded once, then again. I still see the red hoodie in my dreams. Still hear Emily whispering in the dark. Still wait for footsteps on the porch that never come. It was just before dawn, the kind of murky Swedish morning where the sky never really settles into a color. Half silver, half slate, and the rain drifts in like a whisper rather than a storm. We were driving southbound, 5 of us in the van. Me, Anton, Maya, Lena, and our manager, Rickard. We'd been on the road for weeks, bouncing from venue to venue, always just tired enough to stop thinking too hard about the next city or the last one. That morning was no different. Wet roads, quiet hum of tires, the faint scent of coffee, and worn-out clothes inside the vehicle. Rickard was driving. He usually did when we had long hauls. Said it gave him something to do that didn't involve spreadsheets or phone calls. Maya sat beside him, headphones half on, scrolling through something on her phone. The rest of us were scattered in the back with our gear, nodding off or watching the rain snake down the windows. We came up on traffic just outside Södertälje. Red lights glowing faintly through the mist. A few cars idling ahead of us, their wipers making lazy arcs. I remember that part with a strange clarity, the way the line of vehicles seemed frozen in place, like toys abandoned mid-play. We all noticed the standstill, but didn't think much of it. It was early, quiet. Bridges around here lifted sometimes for passing vessels. Normal. What wasn't normal was what happened next. Without warning, Rickard's foot hit the gas hard. There wasn't any discussion. No hold on or let me check something. The van jerked forward, engine straining as he pulled out of the queue, swerving past the stopped cars. We lurched over the median, then barreled straight toward the closed-off section of the road, where warning lights blinked in a steady, slow rhythm. At first, I thought maybe he saw something we didn't. An opening, maybe. A flagger giving a signal. But there wasn't anything. Just the flashing lights, the barricades, and the wide, gaping space where the bridge should have connected. I shouted his name. So did Anton. Maja reached for his arm, but he didn't flinch. His eyes were locked ahead. Calm, focused. That's what still gets me. He wasn't panicked. He wasn't yelling or trying to stop. He just kept going. The front tires clipped the edge of the ramp as if they meant to climb it. There was a horrible screech of metal, then silence. That kind of falling silence where even your thoughts vanish, and then we were airborne. Time slowed. I could see the black water below, slick and mirror-like. I could feel Lena's grip tighten on my arm. The van tilted forward, dipped, and then crashed down into the canal. Everything after that blurred into fragments. The jolt of hitting the surface, cold water bursting through the broken windshield, a metallic groan as the vehicle sank fast. I clawed at my seatbelt, felt the crush of pressure around my ears, tasted gasoline and grit. I kicked and pushed and screamed, bubbles ripping past my face, but the water didn't care, it just took. I don't remember getting out. I don't remember how I made it to the surface or the edge of the canal. Later, they said I must have climbed out a side window as the van went under. The divers pulled the others out hours later. All gone. Rickard, Maja, Anton, Lena. I gave statements. Again and again. I asked what they found on the dash cams, what the other drivers had seen. Nothing made sense. No brake marks, no mechanical failure, no sign of a sudden medical event, just Rickard, speeding forward into nothing, like he meant to. They called it driver error. Misjudgment. Said maybe he thought he saw green when it was red. But I was there. I saw his eyes. He wasn't confused. He was sure. And I still don't know why. I was the one who found them, not the first to suspect something was wrong. That was the postman, but I was the first to step into the barn and see what lay beneath the hay. The week leading up to that day, strange things had been happening on the Gruber farm. Andreas, the old man who owned the place, had been muttering about footprints, ones that came out of the woods and led straight to the farmhouse, but never back out again. He pointed them out to me one morning when I passed by with my cart. Snow makes things clear like that. You can see every track and where it goes, or doesn't go. He wasn't a man prone to nonsense, not even after losing his wife the year before. But when he told me he hadn't made those prints himself, and neither had Victoria or the kids, I felt a knot form in my gut. He also mentioned hearing sounds in the attic at night, said the boards creaked when no one was up there. His daughter Victoria had told him to check for rats, but he swore it wasn't that. And then there was the newspaper, some foreign paper none of them subscribed to, found open on the kitchen table one morning. He thought maybe one of the kids had picked it up, but little Talazilia couldn't even read properly, and Josef was barely a toddler. The maid quit. Not long after. She told people the house was cursed, said she felt watched at all hours. Her replacement arrived just the day before it happened. She was young, maybe 20, from a village an hour east. None of us really got to know her name. When the mail began piling up and no one saw the family for days, the neighbors started talking. Some thought they'd gone off unexpectedly. Others feared sickness. But I knew better. I remembered the prints, so I went up there with Lorenz, a neighbor who'd once had a falling out with Andreas over a property line, but still cared enough to check. We called out at the gate, no answer. The barn door was unlatched. Inside, the smell hit first. Not rot, not yet, but something metallic and still. The cows were lowing softly, restless. They hadn't been milked. The dog was there too, chained up and growling low. I stepped past the hanging tools, past the bundles of hay. That's when I saw the mound. Someone had covered them, 4 bodies, haphazardly with straw. I knew Andreas by his boots. Victoria was beside him. Little Cecilia looked like she'd tried to run. There was blood everywhere, but no signs of a struggle outside that one frantic set of tracks. We found the others inside the house. The new maid was in her bed, as if she'd died in her sleep. Baby Joseph was in his cot, a blanket pulled over his face. The house was eerily neat. The fire had been used recently. Someone had fed the animals. The milk in the pail was only a day or 2 old. That's what made it all so chilling. Whoever did this, whoever bludgeoned 6 people and then stayed, had lived in that house afterward, lived there like he belonged, ate their food, slept under their roof, walked their halls. He'd milked the cows, maybe fed the dog, tended to the fire. He hadn't just killed them, he'd replaced them. The police came from Munich, brought dogs and theories and plenty of questions. But the snow was melting by then. The prints were gone, and the attic when they finally searched it was empty, except for signs that someone had been there. A rough bed of hay, crumbs, scraps of paper, a spot worn smooth near the vent that overlooked the farmhouse interior. They questioned everyone. Me, Lorenz, every drifter within 50 kilometers, but no one was arrested, no one confessed, and the Gruber farm sat there for months afterward, rotting slowly from the inside out. Some said the killer might have been someone close to them. Others claimed he was a stranger who wandered off into the woods and vanished. I never set foot there again. I sold my land the following year and moved in with my sister across the river. Even now, decades later, I think about those prints, how they came out of the forest but didn't go back in, like something emerged from the trees, entered the house, and never needed to leave again.